researchers share their findings with the community and readers alike. Readers at large. That is the undertone of scientific publishing. Next one, please. This is just a brief history. Before 1665, that was around the date of birth of Isaac Newton. Before 1665, books were the only source of scientific publications. But in 1665, the first scientific journal was published. That is the journal Des Sciences in France. And then followed almost the following year by Royal Archives of the Royal Society. Okay, so that is how scientific publishing started. But by 1950, if you look at that graph, there was an exponential rise in the number of published articles. Next, please. And basically, this is the process which I've already mentioned: manuscript preparation, peer reviews, and that is extremely important. I remember when I was doing my part, comments to editors and things like that. That is one. Another way by which you get feedback is when people repeat your researches and then see whether they can reproduce whatever you've done. So these are the significance of scientific publishing, the advancement of knowledge. Everybody knows that, but quality assurance and validation, that's extremely important, and that is ensured by the peer review process. And the importance of that is that when you see something in scientific journal, you are sure, you believe, you have confidence in it that yes, it is saying what is supposed. Okay, and that is why people are extremely careful when it comes to, good journals, they are very careful about their peer review process. And if they discover that there's anything wrong with the peer review process or about the journal itself, that journal, that article can be retracted. Professional advancement, published or perish. Okay, facilitation of collaboration and network. A lot of time, you want to do a study, you go online, look for experts in other areas, and then you can invite them based on their publications. Informing policy actually based on scientific publications, and of course, education and training. Next, please. But there's a trend now, and one of the most important ones is the shift from traditional to digital platform. As early as, as late as 1990s, most of the publishing articles, they are in print formats. I remember in 2004, when the internet publications started springing up. In my university, there was a committee that was raised, and the committee decided that online publication, as of that time, nobody was going to trust it. So it's serious. At least you must have an email submission. You must submit my article by email serious. You must have an online publishing platform because it solves a lot of problems, and that is then the rise of open access. Tom spoke the thinking behind open access is so that everybody will have equitable access, about equity and things like that, really. And basically what it means is that data anybody. Okay, the time interval depends, diamond, gold, and so on. But ultimately, it means that that article is, is free and available for everybody to look at. Data sharing and transparency, that is extremely important, really, because nowadays, the step forward now, there are repositories, data repositories. Okay, and it will be available for everybody. The importance of that is that it ensures transparency. If your data is available for everybody and it's online, somebody reads your article, goes into your data source, can validate whatever you have published, and to see whether they are, you follow scientific rigors. Some journals today are very strict about that, really. I'm going to talk a little bit about it. And also publishing metrics. That is the so-called impact factor. Okay, but I want to ask you a little bit further. We are going to look into it. Preprint and rapid publications, yes, we talk about it. Then it encourages collaboration and multidisciplinary research. Now, so I've talked a lot about this accessibility and reach. When I was doing my part two projects, I remember that I had to travel from Ile-Ife, where I was staying, which was about 80 kilometers to Ibadan, because Ibadan had the best library in Nigeria as far as medicine is concerned. So to get everything I needed, I had to go to Ibadan. Then there was a time when somebody donated a cache of cartridges of Medline with a special computer and everything. So you have to go there the day before, put in your keywords, look at all your download all those abstracts. They will print it out for you. You go back, you read those abstracts. Now you determine which ones you will pick. Then you go back again to say, okay, these are the things I will need. A lot of the younger folks cannot imagine that. But that was what we were doing then. So accessibility, in fact, it has created a common platform. Okay, and that is what open access has also helped us in doing. Common platform where all you need to do is just go on even your phone now. You click it and then you have those things there. Cost reduction. To publish now, I'm going to talk about the experience in Nigeria with that. It reduces costs, interactivity, and multimedia. A lot of journals now, they not only deal with the print medium, they also have podcasts. Okay, and then you can also have video presentations, all as part of your your academic portfolio, and especially for those in arts, performing arts, and all those ones. That is an essential part of the academic makeup, because a lot of what they do is actually transcends ordinary writings and co. Data sharing, I've just talked about that. Metrics and impact measurements. Okay, now, rights of open access publication. If you look at this one shows that in 2001, open access is, those are the green and the blue ones, they are just a minor aspect here. And now look at how that thing has risen to now. And even it was so popular that mainstream newspapers, they are writing about it. This was the Guardian of London. Okay, next please. Data sharing. Okay, now that is OSF, Open Science. What's F now? I forgot it. But basically, it's a repository of data. Every researcher should actually be what do you call it? Is to register with OSF or any other repositories like that. And basically, what it does is that all your data and everything, you can upload it there. That is my own page that I've done, okay, with the data there. And they will give you your data, and whatever you upload, they will give you its own special, what do you call it, identification. What is the name of this thing now? I remember it. They will give it, okay, so that it has its own unique identity. Okay, and the importance of this really is that it ensures transparency. Okay, and then for those of us who are interested in doing meta-analysis, okay, you have access to the original data, and you can use those data and include them in your meta-analysis. Next, please. All metrics, everyone is aware of what do you call it, impact factor. That is one way of measuring your impact. But now, because of the advent of digital printing, we now have metrics which goes beyond ordinary impact factor. Now you can look, this is metrics actually means alternate metrics. This is an example. You can see here, Facebook mentioned on edits, blog by so, and they use all this measure, which goes beyond ordinary impact factors. And for some universities now, especially Western universities, let's move on, please. Preprints during COVID-19. Okay, all of us became aware of AR, VRX, and things like that. And basically, those are preprints. And the concept behind preprints is this. A lot of us have had this experience before. You will send your paper out to the so-called high-impact journals. They send it back to you either because your name is not good enough. Okay, it has happened to me. And they see your name. How can this person do this kind of research? And then somehow they send it back to you. Okay, I had that experience and I had to write the editor back again saying, this is not fair. He ignored me. Okay, it happens. Then sometimes you, and this is especially important if you are in the cutting edge of scientific efforts, you are doing your study, you read on because you are reticent in writing or doing some other things, or maybe for one reason or the other you've not done it. You happen to Isaac Newton. Okay, so if it can happen to Isaac Newton, it can happen to you. Okay, but if you have pre-printing, the concept behind pre-printing is you have finished, you send it to these prints. They just look through some basic things, your what do you call it? Printing it. Publishing it formally. In fact, a lot of publishing houses now have guidelines and rules with regarding to preprints. These are this thing. There are some journals now where you put onto them, they will encourage you also preprint. And incidentally, OSF also do preprints. Most of my articles, I will publish it on OSF as a preprint. So it gives you ascendancy. If in future somebody was out trying to say, oh, I started this thing before you, I published the paper before you, I said, no, mine wasn't published, but I started work much earlier than you ever did. That's the advantage of preprint. The other reason is that in preprints, people will comment about your articles. Okay, so sometimes when you go through those comments, it helps you to fine-tune your article, okay, in preparation for the final. And that shows the advent of preprints. This one is the total articles published between those years, and you can see how preprints has moved up, and also how open access has moved up. Open access is the green one, while preprint, and the other one is the preprint. And this one are the different types of preprints that you have. Okay, there are many platforms, and those are the contribution. Next, please. Now, Africa also have our own, and I will encourage all of us to go there and use it. Okay, the link is up there, and it is called Africa XIV, where they accept preprints from Africa, whether it is about Africa or it is done by Africa. Okay, so this is a case study of digital, the advantage of digital printing. This one, we established it in 2008 and was publishing it locally till 2013, printing itself, and then the cost. So by 2013, we suspended the printing. But in 2021, we started again on online journal, using open journal system. And I think you have missed, we missed it. Can you go with it? You missed this one. This is open journals. I mentioned this yesterday when I was commenting. And this is what I would encourage us to adopt. Okay. You can develop on your own. Okay. And two, the cost of hosting, which even if you are using other whatever here. So, and if you look at this, as at 2021, there are 34,072 journals on using open journal system. You can call something journals on this platform. So you can see how huge it is. In fact, close to 80% of journals in South Africa, they are using this. Okay, so this is our experience with it. I was just interested. I just search online. Is there an open source software for publishing? And he brought it out, and I read about it and whatever. And I consulted a web Somebody who was good in web design. We sat down, we started teaching ourselves, and we had our journal. Okay, and that is since 2021, that journal has been online and publishing, and it is free to print and note. Next, please. This is our effort in in Sierra Leone right now. That is www.slgm.org. If you click it, that is what you will get, and where you can register and submit an article to us. The call for journal is already out. I said call for article is already out. So the platform is there for us, especially if we are in the biomedical sciences. Okay. And one of the most important thing about open source platform is their sustainability. For you to use Medno, you will spend millions, okay, yearly, okay, but you get this one free of charge. Now, what's the role of national platforms? National platforms that is focused strictly on academic and research community and focus on a certain region. For example, if you establish it in Sierra Leone, you are talking about a platform that will be focused to our needs in Sierra Leone. Okay, and it is extremely important. Okay, let's move on. Those are some of the things that you can keep on platforms. Can be journals, can be repositories of your data, and other things, can be databases, and can be just pure library. It can come in any form. It can contain all those ones, or it can be limited to just one of them. Continue. And these are the rules. Okay. One of the most important is it is focused on your needs. It is focused on your culture. It is focused on what is important to you. I was discussing with Professor this morning, and he was saying something like, it is wrong for people to be doing studies that are not in the context of the nation. Prof, maybe you can say it better than me. But basically, my reply was that he who pays the piper dictates the tune. If the country wants to focus my attention on an aspect, then they must be ready to fund it. And then they must also provide us with a platform that we can say, okay, this is the focus of our country. Okay, and therefore this is what I can do. Let's move on. And this also is important, really. As we are going to move on, most of us have used AJOL before, Agile. Okay, it's a national platform that contains repositories and things like that. Then you can even have easier access to basically what you have here. Okay, and if your platform also reaching efforts and things like that, it can actually lower the barriers to publishing. Okay, maybe free of charge. For a lot of us, one of the most important barriers to publishing is what you call when journals ask for money. Then you have to pay and all those stress. Okay, but if we focus our energy on what is important to us, and then we use it, then that doesn't have to pay. Okay, capacity building. Such platforms can organize training and workshops. Okay. Annual trainings, workshops that is focused on the needs of a research community. You have noticed over the past years, these are the areas of problem areas in our research efforts. Okay, then you can now design trainings and workshops to focus on that and encourage such things. Okay, promotion of local research agendas, okay, peer review experience. That is, one professor was talking about Sierra Leone Writer Series. He mentioned something that one of the reasons why they have not published anything on engineering and health is because the reviewers. That's one of those things. But if you have a platform in which you already have journals where people are already being used, you won't have that issue. Then, of course, also, when we mentioned that you can do training and workshop, you can also train your academic community in how to do peer review and things like that. So having such will help us a lot. Yes, please, next one. But there are challenges. As expected, funding is the first one. All over Africa, funding is always the first problem. But together with that is also political will. Okay? Sometimes it's not just about funding, political will is. The fund is there or it's being used somewhere. Nobody thought, oh, it is not important. Okay, and then they do nothing about it. Okay, you mentioned peer review issues, editorial stand issues. If there are not enough experts, then you may not have a good editorial board, and that editorial whatever will be poor. Poor infrastructures. Okay, ICT. In group 2 yesterday, that was I think we said ICT is central to any digital efforts. I'm sorry, to any open science effort. Support next, please. Okay, so these are examples of national platform, African Journal Online. They are web, established in 1998, world's largest and most comprehensive collection of African journals, contains about 500 journals. And okay, let's move on. Next. There are other platforms. Okay, we have Sabinet, which is for South Africa, and we can design our own along that line. Then the second one is Ethiopia has its own journals online. Sierra Leone, South Africa, America. Then we have African Research Repositories, which actually is a container for repositories from Africa. This is their website. When you click it down, it gives you all the countries, and then you can click each country. It will list the institutions in those countries who have their repositories. Incidentally, this is the one for Sierra Leone that I'm seeing. It's only one institution, and that is Sierra Leone Urban Resource Center. Okay, so if you click on this, it takes you to their page where you will see articles that have been published from that institution. So that is African. I went there to see whether you can apply. Yes, yeah, whether you can send a mail to let them know about what you need to do. So I think our universities should. So this is a framework that I developed, for example, and I feel that such a national platform, we have Tertiary Education Commission, Ministry of Education, okay, serving as policy making, oversight, providing funding and advocacy, the two of them. And here you have the action arms, which basically they can be involved in scientific. These Sierra Leone writers, for example, will be into scientific publishing of journals, textbooks, training, and then you can have universities, scientific publishing. They are the source of the authors. Okay, they can also have their own repository, which can be deposited in the African repository online. Advocacy training, and then of course NGOs can give technical support and funding. Of course, this can be widened depending on future developments. Next. So, final tips. Like I said yesterday, no open science without open access publishing. Thank you. Thank you, Prof. You have just 1 minute according to. I don't know whether we want to take questions. Prof, are you ready? You have 1 minute. Yes, I have 1 minute. It's almost. Okay, there is a separate spot for the regions who learn, and we're calling the next presenter, and then we handle the trouble. But thank you for taking us. We wait for the camera. You just wait. You take. No, you finish now. We call the next presenter, and then we have open Q&A for both of you. Thank you very much for the presentation and for taking us through the pathways. Our next presenter is from Wakrin, is Sikafo Ankora. Is he around? We will be talking to us about mobilizing African Inklings for open publishing infrastructure. Good morning, everyone. I'm Koya, right? Yes. I would like to state that Mr. Omo Iwa, who is our Chief Strategy Officer, who started this discussion and conversation with you, is not able to join the workshop today physically because of our preparations for our annual conference, which is happening next week in Abuja. But he has been with you all along, and he will continue with the discussion with you. I'll be having the presentations, and I'll talk about NRENs, their activities, what they do. Most of us here know about the activities of NREN, but for the benefit of those online, I could see that Sarion Media is here. Those who want to know what SNRN has been doing, I'll take the time to go through the activities of NREN. This is not a problem. I think there's a mix-up. That wasn't the presentation that he projected. Mobilizing NRENs. Oh, yes. So, thanks. Sorry about the glitch. People who are thinking of that want to check up and we got to this one thing check up and this morning I just see a lot of messages from me. I just keep because I didn't have a workshop. I applied for make with that. Yeah, and this morning didn't have a
Yeah. It's going to solve the problem. Really problem time. We do that. But the very Sidonia will be tried. Na future ainda. Eh? Olha pouco da. No. That's yeah. Yeah. Wait on that. We don't get it. Not use the problem. Eh? You will see them like you can. Well, that's what we you spend on this side. Just it's not going you know, hey, okay, this time now, hospital bill data, 1,000. This time, two. If you come, we start and do it. Oh. When you think I'm better to be there, no. It's a serious. Email address will you you said yeah. It's fine. I don't know what you reference it. I don't know. You never really try with the most attached. You can never. Yes. Yeah. Okay. So you can have your attention, please. We seem to have some slight problems. A case of one of the 5 P's: poor preparation, events, poor presentation. That's what we are seeing now. But we probably should take on the questions Professor Oluwadia. Professor Oluwadia, are you ready for questions? Okay. So maybe in the interim, I will await for this thing to get sorted out. Can we give questions to Prof. Dear? Prof. Dear, you took us through the processes and pathways. Open publishing. So we now take questions. Dr. Blango.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Presenter, thank you very much for the presentation. I would like to actually stand on the shoulder of a giant. It's popular, so people be coming out. It's not popular, but I have my misgivings or doubts around it. The issue here is I see it as akin to getting to purgatory, not getting to heaven. I hope my analogy. Initially, I said it's popular. I would agree it's becoming popular. Preprint. My issues around preprint. Like I said, it's akin to getting to purgatory and waiting for your sins to be expiated before getting to heaven. The issue here is for our universities, if you're going to be scored, to my knowledge, patents will not be considered. And so I've always thought it necessary that why not go for the year or two instead of going for gas when you can go for good. Well, maybe like I said, that's good push from you. See whether indeed the patents are really so important for us as scholars, as academics. Just clarification, sir. The one importance, like I said, for us in universities, if you are being scored, patents are not considered. Yes. So why? I'm not convinced about really going for patents when I could perhaps go for the rating, like I said. So one at a time or together? All right, okay, thank you for that insightful comment stroke. Question, and I like a purgatory allegro. Me too, I don't like purgatory. Whether I go to heaven, which I will go to. So I leave the earth for the other guys. Now, you see, when I was making my presentation, preprint is not all or none. It's not that if you do preprints, therefore you cannot do your main publication, and it doesn't stop you. In fact, you can submit both your preprint and your main publication at the same time. And even some publishers will encourage you to do that. Okay, what preprint does, if you remember, and I emphasize it, is that it allows your manuscript, okay, to get to the readers as early as possible. Some publishers will take 6 months, 7 months. And my article has spent more than a year with the publishing whatever before. But if and Google Scholar will include it in your publication something. Okay, I mean your preprints. It will be in your list of publications if you're on Google Scholar. And if anybody cites it, it will be part of your H index. Okay, so it doesn't really, you are not losing anything. It's like having your cake and eating it. It's like being in purgatory and being in heaven at the same time. Yeah, You have one leg in purgatory, the other leg in heaven, which is cool. Yeah,
I think that's a benefit.
yeah.
They can critique your article and improve on the quality before publication.
Which I mentioned. But there are comments. If you go to in the comment section, and if somebody comment, you can say yes, so yes, so yes, so then you can work on it. So yes, so then you
Next question.
Yeah, good morning, Prof. And thank you for your presentation. It's about the Sierra Leone Journal of Medicine.
Okay.
Do you specify the categories or types of articles you will accept?
Yes, we accept biomedical, anything from medicine, clinical medicine, basic medical sciences, and so on. So biomedical things. But you can stretch it a little bit. For example, if you are in social sciences, we do something on that is akin to what do you call it? Public health and things like that. That is legal. But like I said, you can collaborate and then you now have journals in arts, social sciences, and in what do you call it? In science. Okay, and if we have the will, this can come online within the next 1 to 2 months. Okay, if the way is here, it can be done as soon as possible.
We also have ethical fine. Sorry, Mike.
He is blessed.
For example, the unique of real.
Yeah, that has to do with medical biochemistry and co. So we can squeeze it in. So we are expecting something from you. Can I write your name that you are going to come to? Is it Dudu Yemi? Okay, all right. Okay. Okay. I live in Ife. Okay. 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 All right, no problem. And that as a media. Okay. People have access to it. And the other thing I thought was CBT. Yeah. And the key, another key expression is having the will. Yeah. So we have a workshop like this. We only have lots of things. And be able to do the workshop. We continue on the life people in the context. But one that no context. Because I think we still find ourselves within the sphere where people still think we need to put things out in English. Yeah. Yeah. And just even teaching. Yeah. In the local language. It makes a difference. Yeah. Yeah. It makes them accept them. Yeah. 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 So are we? Yeah. Thank you very much. I arrived here in Sierra Leone 2 years ago. The first thing that struck me is everybody speaks Creole. No, not English. Everybody speaks Creole, okay, which I was able to understand 87. That is mainstream, that reaches to everybody and cuts across the country. We are ready for that. And I see also when I listen to radios and co, you understand a lot of programs are being run in Creole, okay, and those ones are actually more popular than the English versions. We are ready. I'm coming. The most important thing is, are we ready? Are the people ready? Now you identified that they are ready. Then the next thing is to empower yourself. Every one of us here will speak Creole. So in that national platform, that's why I put it there. There should be a focus on translating, okay, and also embedding the local language thing. Once you make your version, for if you read Arabic papers and co, they will put abstract in Arab, they put it in English. Same thing with Chinese and co. We can start with that, really. When you write or something, put abstract there, put it there, and now there should be a group that will look at the most important contents that is coming in a month or in a, how do we say, in a quarter. Okay, those ones will work on those ones, and then they can now translate, they will compress it, translate it into something like a newsletter that can be read by everybody. You can make a local language podcast from it, okay, which you can distribute through WhatsApp. Okay, you can have a radio program once in 3 months where some people will talk in local. Do we know that if you cut your, what do you call this? If you cut your boys, if you circumcise your BC, this is what happened. The study that has been done in Go among people there show that this is what happened. They are more likely to identify with that than for you to be claiming something. And this is how it can be done, okay? So that is how, and that also covers the inclusivity something. Yeah.
Dr. Taki's concern about our state of readiness. But we need to piggyback on lessons learned. Like, for example, in East Africa, Swahili, is spoken, in many of the East African countries. And when you move around, even the traffic, notices and so on, you see Swahili and English. So it's a two-tier thing. I think the first one is for us to enjoy scientific material that is looking at the local language. And then the next tier would be perhaps sub-regionalizing, our content. In other words, this again perhaps might be a good opportunity for us to start identifying a language that unifies the sub-region. Is it going to be Igbo, Yoruba, or whatever? So to address that aspect of translation. Then the question that I have then is in your challenges to the national platform, you mentioned the matter of international recognition. How do we get around that? Because much that we can satisfy our local publication, not isolated from the more broader international community. So how then do we make that link between our national platform and the wider international acceptance? Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. State of readiness and your Swahili reference is very, very important, really. But I don't think there is anything focused in Swahili now, like this national platform in any of those countries. So if we have our own national platform here and we are focused on this aspect, I think we can make it work, really. And AI, extremely useful, because we need, if you want to train AI on language, all you need to do is just give it plenty of materials in Creole, and then by the time it trains itself on that, it will now be able to translate. For example, I give translation to school, and then you cannot give it to a language expert who can make the final correct. And the more you use those things, the better it becomes. Now, international recognition will be dependent on what we do ourselves, sir. Okay, now the international rubric that is popular is impact factors and co. Okay, now if you have your own local journals here and you guys are citing yourself, okay, you are citing those famous group too. Okay, and what we were talking exactly about it, that people don't cite local authors. And when they say, we say, to the best of my knowledge, to the best of our knowledge, nothing has been done in Sierra Leone, and that's a lie. Okay, what is the best of your knowledge? And what I do when I get articles like that is I'll pick the keyword from the manuscript, put it in Google Scholar, and search for it. And then when I obtain the relevant one, I now say, to the best of my knowledge, this has been done. So please go back and do it, because you will keep on citing authors from the US, authors from region, and now when they look at your own impact factor, it is way down. You are building their own. It is not fair. And that is what should be done. It should be part of the platform, something that authors obtaining funding through this thing, they must make sure that they do citations that include local whatever. It is important, extremely important. Thank you, sir.
Something is mind-boggling. We always partner with other researchers from UK, from United States, from Canada, from local. And at some point in time, the records are with us. We are the researchers. They only believe you come to observe what is happening. But when all the fulfillment is done, the report becomes their ownership. What do we do? To try to break even and get this back to us.
Well, there is something that says, he who pays the piper dictates the tune. That is one. The funding and everything is coming from them. So they have the right to have certain, requirements. But you also, who owns the data, you also have your rights. So it is during the regular drafting of MOU initial meetings that you guys need to sit down together. And these are the things we want. Authorship. There are criteria for authorship. If you go to the ICMJ web, that's the International Committee for Medical Editors of Journals. Okay, they have their criteria, ICMJ, and there are 4 criteria. Okay, it is included is one. You must be, idea generation. Okay, involved in gathering, in fact, that one is not even too important. Okay, data analysis, writing the manuscript, and then also editing, proofreading, then final acceptance. Those are actually, you are supposed to fulfill all those 4 criteria, or at the very least 3 of them. But a lot of the time, people are only involved in data card gathering. So actually, in reality, a lot of people whose names are appearing on journal articles, their names should not appear. Their names should actually now appear at the end when they are acknowledged. Really. That is actually the way it should be. Okay, because most of the time, even when I'm doing a study now, and I discover that people don't care about the things you have written and whatever, and where you send it, nobody cares, whatever. All they are interested in is, have you put my name? Which is not. Speaking with a lot of NGOs now, they are beginning to, especially you, as the Vice Chancellor of an institution, and Professor Agali, the 2 of you are extremely important. Wherever you want this narrative to move to, it will move to. Once you've identified it and then you encourage, and then it will be done. Extremely important.
Two short comments and then we'll close this section. One, if you make yourself a technician, you be a technician. Yeah. The second comment is on this issue of local content, acceptability, internationalization. Well, I'll just tell you something which I learned in Nigeria. When I was in Ibadan, there are professors that are referred to as Mutala Muhammad professors. And there are professors referred to as international professors. Mutala Muhammad professors are those not known outside the boundaries of their small abilities. I hope when we try to look at the local factor, we make sure that we do not become wounded professors. Thank you very much. You're welcome for the presentation. You resume the presentation.
Yeah. Thank you for having me back. We are so sorry about the technical challenge. There was a mishap in the presentation slide. Okay. So, my name is Sefako Ankra. I work as a DevOps with Wakren, and I will be presenting on mobilizing African NRENs for openings, and mostly they are RNs. They provide services to knowledge institutions within their countries. Most of the time, we encourage collaboration between these institutions within each of the individual countries. And as at the last research we did, that we have about 230 NRENs. The figure might change, but as that time goes on, they always increase. Okay, here we are looking at the added values of security and trust and identity among other services. So one of the tools that Wakren provides for NRENs is network connectivity, so that the NRENs will be able to provide it to the institutions within the NREN. When it comes to security and trust and identity, we have a federated identity source, which is within the NREN. You don't need to have separate accounts. You need one federated identity so that students will be able to have access to resources all over. Next slide. It's how are NRENs connected. Most NRENs have their regional counterparts. For example, we have with SRN to provide services, and most of these NRENs are connected also globally to the wider coverage. And let me say here that SRN is in the process of having communication with Wakren. The tender is going to, by the 16th of March, SRN will be lying on the backbone of Wakren, which is going to be a good thing. You're going to have a dedicated internet service provided by Wakren to support their activities. Yeah, so some of the services of the NRENs is supporting the science community applications. At Wakren, we are able to help with an infrastructure support where NRENs who want to deploy their applications and they don't have the infrastructure ability, we help them by providing them with the infrastructure where they can deploy. Even if you have issues with deployment, we are able to provide support. Trust and identity for seamless access. As I mentioned, federated identity is one of the things that is driving institutions within the world. And we don't need to have separate accounts for students to access different resources. One federated identity will help a student to be able to connect to different resources within campus and even outside of their institution. That trust and identity is what we have as a federated identity, and is provided by Wakren. Proactive cybersecurity for NRENs and digital assets. We realize the need for NRENs to protect their digital assets and even their networks. And so one of what we do is to provide a capacity building for NRENs. And we are in the process of communicating, having plans with SRN to have a cybersecurity roadmap, which is coming in a few days' time. That will create the awareness of some of the cybersecurity, you need to be aware of the dangers of these things. And open science, as I've been discussing yesterday, we are able to help with the academic publishing and research data management platforms. We're talking about them in more details. Now, yeah, good. Now, WACREN has realized the need to bring together RANs and academic library research communities to strengthen open science and open access in Africa, which bring about the birth of an initiative called LeapSense. LeapSense is about strengthening open science in Africa using the bottom-up approach. So we're starting from the institutional level to national, regional, and continental level. LeapSense has in discussions with SREN to help with backend and infrastructure developers together. If you have this conversation, these discussions about open science, open community, and you realize that there's going to be a gap where the software developers and infrastructure developers will not have knowledge of what you want to achieve. But if you carry us along as you discuss together to help with the softwares and the platforms to help you achieve your objectives. So WACREN came out with another initiative called LeapSense Connect. That is a comprehensive and interactive program that's to empower African software and infrastructure developers with the knowledge and skills, fair, findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. When we give the software and infrastructure developers this knowledge, we realize that as you carry us along and we work together, we will go far than you taking the decision policies and we don't know what's open science. We don't know what's open access. So we are not able to develop our applications to meet those requirements. And we had our inaugural workshop at University of Lagos in November 2023. And since we have been working with SRN, I'm sure within the coming days, there will be a workshop to bring together all the developers and infrastructure developers in room so that the conversation goes with them together as well. Not that we finish and then we developers will be left behind. Now we still have to brief us on open publishing infrastructure. This has been discussed extensively yesterday. Practice of making research apples freely available online without restrictions. Open access journals. Open publishing promotes knowledge sharing. These are things that at WACREN we adhere to these principles when it comes to open science and the open community. Yes, we agree that there are challenges, and these challenges are all that you mentioned in your various presentations yesterday. And so we are also aware of these challenges, and we are working together with the NRENs to have possible solutions to this. All these challenges that is listed here. And most of these were mentioned yesterday in your presentations, so I don't want to go back reading them one after the other. These are stakeholders that come together by having meetings, workflows, to discuss how the publishing platform within the African region should be done. We have WACREN is being a member, we have COCO, and I will encourage you to the presentation will be available to have a read at that report. We need to design and identify the need for African open access publishing communities and stakeholders. And this involves journal editors and publishers, researchers, librarians, and tool builders. So all these people come together to come out with the design for African open access infrastructure. What strategies that LeapSense use in mobilizing NRENs? First, the NRENs, like SRN, they promote the adoption of open access, open science policies, various projects that SRN is going to benefit from, and to enable their facilitation. Building partnerships and opportunities for collaboration within national and international level, investing in infrastructure. So NRENs can leverage on WACREN's platforms. It's not every NREN that have the capacity to say that, okay, they're going to deploy their own infrastructure. And so we are there to provide that support. If an NREN realize that they need to contact us, then one of the things that we do is to invest into the infrastructure so that the end can benefit. And we also provide training and capacity buildings for librarians, researchers, developers, research administrators, university leadership, and campus IT. Most of this training are through capacity buildings. Now, Wackman and Lead Science follow some principles. First one is the principle of open scholarly infrastructure. This principle helps us to identify the needs of the various communities, what they need to follow. And so that is one. We also go with the core community framework for best practices in repositories. We provide platforms. We have repositories that we give our members. And so there's a need for us to be aware of best practices. And so we follow core community frameworks for best practices. And Lead Science itself has principles that is used to guide NREN's work, and it's published on Zenodo. You can also have a look at it. Deploying publishing infrastructures. Now, Wackman is in the process of piloting publishing infrastructure. How did we start? We start by looking at the needs of the journals, preprint servers, peer reviews. This process, we came together, we worked in partnership with Kotahi, so we came together to have a workflow that puts these journals, preprint, a divergent workflow pathway that leads to publishing of journals. Our focus is on early career researchers so that they don't go to the hurdles of publishing their works. So I would say that we are piloting with an institution in Ghana called GAFAST, Ghana Association of Food Scientists and Technologists. And with a good partnership with SRN, I'm sure once we are working together to build your own platform for publishing, you can leverage one of ours as you build yours. We also deal with books, not only journals and preprint servers. No, we also encourage people to also come out with printing of books. Yeah, so these are some of the initiatives of that Wackman has that can benefit SRN. Wackman has deployed a platform for managing persistent identifiers. Yesterday, in one of the presentations, their objective was to have a persistent identifier, and they mentioned ORCID. And so we have a platform where we manage apps. We mint the apps, we update, and SRN can contact us so that even as you work towards getting your own persistent identifier to manage your resources, we'll be able to help you on our platform. We have a data repository platform of which we have created a community for SRN already that they can use for their data. And then the scholarly publishing platform, which is in the pilot phase with the GAFAST, the Ghana Association of Food Scientists, as I mentioned. And it's open to all our members. Once we have a discussion and we agree, then it can be of use. Thank you for listening. I think that's the end of mine.
Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Nkora. Because of the time spent trying to sort things out, we will take just a few questions. One thing is clear, it's taken us to many times we complain that there are not opportunities. Now it's taken us to available opportunities. Let's start with them and make the best use of them. So we'll open the floor for just 3 questions because time is fast spent and there are other except you cut your lunch short. Maybe we'll cut the lunch short, but it's open for 3 questions. Yeah. Yes, Thomas. Yeah.
Mine is not a question, but to raise the fears of we the membership. Sierra Leone is a member of WACRED. One of our close contact with them in support with the Ministry of Technical and Higher Education is the deployment of the WACRED infrastructure in terms of dedicated connectivity for our universities and research institution. I think that activity is going to start in March. On top of that, we are also publishing platform and institutional repositories with them. So I just want us to know that these are some of the activities that we are currently working with WACRED on. In fact, I just got the email. There's a WACRED conference in Abuja next week. After this discussions, this workshop, I've been invited, whatever Sierra Leone needs, so that we can discuss the roadmap to quickly connect us. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I want to find out, we talk about persistent identifiers. How is it different from ORCID?
ORCID is an identifier. So
Yes, how is it different from ORCID?
ours is AXT. So we have ORCID, we have AXT. They are all persistent identifiers.
Yeah, because what I know is that most journals and co, all they ask you for is your ORCID, and it cuts across most repositories and also journals. So I was just, why not utilize ORCID as well rather than developing your own
AXT.
Yeah. No.
Okay. Well, I don't know how ORCID charges, but I can tell you that AXT is free.
ORCID 2 is free.
Okay.
Yeah. 2. The reason why I'm asking that ORCID is very widespread. Okay, almost everybody has it. Then 2. You talk about your efforts towards publishing and co. Can you help establish journals?
When you say help establish,
Yes, like for example, in terms of supplying them with technical support or other things like that. Is it in your, because you talk about that you are going to be publishing and helping early career.
So we provide a platform for the early career researchers so that they don't have to go through the troubles of looking for places to publish there.
So how do you do that?
So we deploy the publishing platform and make it available.
Where will you be publishing?
Not us,
Yeah.
the researchers.
What I'm saying is, okay, let's say I'm the early career researcher now. I have helping.
Yeah, so our platform helps you to go through open peer review processes.
Okay.
Yeah, so that is the workflow that I mentioned. It helps you right from the beginning to publish. I'll make you the
Please,
link available.
that is a little bit.
I think that is why we are all here together.
All right. Yeah, funding is part of it. Yeah. So yeah, funding is part of it.
So the funding part is where the funding part is where the early career researcher works with the LREN, like SRN. We don't interface with
Anyway, what I will advocate, and if you want me to, I can write it even. WACRED help existing journals in the country. Okay, hold on, let me finish. Existing journals in the country to help them, because to how do I say, to simplify the process of publishing articles and establishing journals and co.
yes.
Yeah.
Because
That's
that's what we are going to do with SRN. We will not be with you as an individual.
No, we are not talking about individual now. We are talking about existing journals. For example, a university, Vice Chancellor was talking about their efforts to start play whatever now. That is the kind of.
So the universities are rates of FLN, and so when benefit comes, it goes to them.
And then finally, this is a request on behalf of the teaching hospital, because Dr. Tanko was talking about establishing connectivities across research institutes and co. Please don't exclude the teaching hospital, because the teaching hospital is focusing on biomedical research. Don't exclude the teaching hospital.
I think that is for Doc, not for yeah, that is for him.
No, if you show me so well, so we to see it's very, I'm sure you see, basically what it's saying is that they can provide platforms, yeah, that's what it's saying. I think they have advantage by seeing a relationship with
Excellent.
yeah, for them to leverage on what they can provide.
Yes.
Okay, any other question or comments?
It's not a question. It's a comment, and I will need your input greatly. At this level, when we are talking about improving on the conduct of science, at this level, when we are taking the exposure for us to work collectively and improve on science publication mechanisms to create an viable a platform that will encourage those who may want to move speedily to ensure that it is done and the country is renowned, and for us to put that collective responsibilities that if we have 14 journals in all of our institutions, they function in such a way that there is a transfer, a cross-fertilization of publications in these journals, and not only limited to those who are in the particular institution. How are we going to find a way to put that? I really need your help.
That one is straightforward. Just individual institutions. And luckily, this outfit is now there that somebody is going to develop. Let's utilize this outfit and we do national. Gone are the days when we can be in our small chiefdoms and localities, and then we think that we can make it. No. Now there is need for collaboration and integration. And I think we now have a platform which we should utilize. That's what I would say. There are shortcomings and maybe challenges, but I'm sure as we go along, things will get easier. And also the issue of having revered scientists. I keep saying this, and I'll just repeat what I've been saying about us having a uniform postgraduate training program at the MPhil and PhD level, national. It should be anchored in different universities based on their strength, but it should be one national platform. We at the University of Sierra Leone, we should be able to bring them together to provide leadership and mentorship so that we quickly produce people to fill in the gap. This is something which I've been advocating for the last 1 year, and I hope people in the ministry, we have the Director of Science and the MD, they are here. They cannot shy away from this. We must emphasize connectivity and integration of our personnel and resources within the various institutions so that we can achieve what we want. We see, okay, I thought we still have about 1 or 2 more minutes. Yes. Yeah. Then first. You see, I'm giving the platform to okay. Yeah, Prof, you wanted to say something?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Much that I'm part of the SLM driving mechanism, but I see huge opportunities for our software developers. Because if we're going to be part of the federated ID process, you know, it's a very impregnated word when you think about from an HEI to national, then to international, and so on and so forth. But this would bring immense opportunities for our young folks to develop their software skills in providing those kinds of IP IDs, which will stem from the HEI, across HEIs in Sierra Leone, then beyond the sub-region, and of course in the wider Ethernet. So we look forward to those collaborations. Thank you.
Let me thank you for your presentation and for shedding light on some of the gray areas which we did not follow during the. Thank you. We would like to ask you to stay on for another 5-10 minutes and we have a short presentation by short presentation by Fatou Taki. And we know you had lunch you had tea break not too long ago, so you can manage. Yes, Fatou, can you please come forward and make your
much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I've just been put right in the middle, right in the middle of the deep end. I suppose it's for me to talk about something I noticed when I came in and looked at the program. And I thought to myself, well, I don't see talking about scholarly publications, and I don't see anything here about women and maybe even persons with disability, kind of inclusivity around this. So I had a word with Sophie and I said, okay, you go talk about it then. So I am here talking about that. I think it's quite important to have a discussion around this. So I'm a stickler for inclusivity, normally marginalized groups of which women form a part of it. And I'm thinking to myself, so when I came in, a quick scan, as I always do, and I could count about 5 or 6 women amongst all the gentlemen here. And we're talking about scientific policy. And I think we should make we have to be purposeful about this. We should make a conscious effort of having some element of bringing people in, whether it's ones with a disability, just ones who are normally marginalized. We do have women within academia. We're not many. But I also know that there is a dearth in women's publications. And maybe it's something that is very uncomfortable for even some of us, but I think it's not something we sweep under the carpet, or we think that the platform is a flat ground that everyone has access to. I don't think so. So in some of these workshops, I think we should have a discussion around it. Why is it that we don't have many opportunity? But I think within our institutions, we have a responsibility to encourage other people. As we're encouraging young ones, we encourage persons with disabilities, we encourage women. We mentor them. We push them to where they're supposed to go, probably take them out of the comfort zone, to be able to get them to places where, whether it's within leadership, whether it's within academia, so that this is why I'm here, having this uncomfortable conversation. But I think it's something that we need to acknowledge and we need to discuss. And I think that when we have, I just looked at this, we're having empowerment of women in the STEM. So once that, what happens beyond that? Do we just allow them for life to take over? Or do we mentor them and push them so that they get to places where we want to see them? So it's not even just about ourselves. But if you put yourselves where your girls are, your children are, your grandchildren, you want to see them in certain places. And I think that's why I am here. So thank you, Fatih, for putting me right in the deep end. Thank you. Well, even if you don't want to clap.
Thank you, Fatih, for always pushing women's empowerment. But one thing I want to say, as far as not unless we agree to have affirmative action, where we actually bring in women and force them to do certain things, we should be going the extra mile. It's going to be difficult. So I don't know, I would throw that open for discussion because I don't think there's anything being done specifically to push men. But we now have a discussion open to see what we can. So the floor is open. Yes, Dr. Blanchard.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. For the presentation. I believe firmly that if we do not ask the question, we do not get the answer. Absence of evidence is not the same as evidence of absence. And the question, therefore, I want to ask is, what active roles have we taken as higher institutions to find out what are the barriers for women? I mean, the proper research, and I'd like to have access to those ways, barriers of women, so especially in STEM or research. What active questions? Because I can say without a doubt that in 2012 or so, we were sponsored, we had asked for it, we sponsored to look at the barriers of girls into science, technology, and STEM. And it was very interesting, all the things that came through, and we would not have guessed them unless because we researched. And so therefore we came on to possible solutions. Unfortunately, what I say, we sponsored us to bring out the barriers, we were not sponsored to implement the solutions, which we talked about political will. But therefore, I think it's not enough. As a state, we don't need to sponsor or push the men because it is favoring the men. And therefore, there are things which are barriers to women, and I think we should be able to pick this out. And as you said, maybe it may involve affirmative action, but we need to ask the questions in a proper way, and then we can then work on the answers.
Yeah. Pushing for women, I think one of the things that should be doing is actually start to show that we're not getting that. It's only thought that something women should be able to talk to us. We need that to show what solutions I think they should be able to. Yes, sir, they could, but they should, but they also should, because this is we see the benefit of what we don't have to should. I cannot have them as because of we don't have the influence. When women don't feel but stay, you can do the whole question of
And that's why she's there.
and they should and
that's why she's there.
Something is wrong.
Yeah.
She had to fight for this position today.
Thank you, sir. In my language, there is a proverb that implies that you are saying what do you call this, on back, that your gait is awkward. and it now tells you it is fundamental. Okay? And I think what is happening at the higher institution level is a reflection of what is happening in the, what do you call it, at the primary school and secondary school level. If the intake in the primary school level and secondary school level is low and it's not favoring women, or maybe for one reason or the other, girls are dropping out, like the pregnancy thing, which has been corrected now. Really. So if you are not having enough girls coming out of secondary school into the university, that means originally speaking, it is already skewed. You now look at what are those factors in the universities. Again, are there factors in the universities that favors men versus women, especially when it comes to intake and all those ones? For example, when you are on maternity leave and all those ones, how does it affect you and all those ones? So they need to be taken into consideration. But I agree with her that things need to be taken. But then I also want it should not be taken too high, because we men are also feeling endangered. If you go to the USA now, it is a woman's world. Okay, if you do anything, you are in trouble. So we want it to be equalized, but we don't want it to go beyond equality. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. I'm putting a religious story, short story, on this issue about gender equality, gender equality, or whatever we can call it, mainstreaming. Ishmael's father was far from the far east, and at one time he decided to go and visit his son. But his son was a distant trader. He went far into the south as a merchandise, and so the wife at home was met by the old father. I said, I have just come to visit my son. Ah, that was your son. He's never at home. He's always on the street. I don't know what he's doing on the street. Then the old father said, when Ishmael comes back, tell him his door is not properly fixed. And Ishmael came, the message was passed. I said, the door is you. So I have to leave you and look for another woman. So he left the woman. Ishmael went again on a trading errand, and he got another beautiful woman and married. Then the father, after several years, came back on a visit. I said, who is this nice, young, old pa? And he brought cold water, from that, how do we call the pot? That's, yeah, the clay pot. And he went for another cake he has kept for the husband. Said they started making bedroom for the man to stay. And the man said, when Ishmael comes back, tell him now he has fixed the door well. I think we are in hands of the owner. That's why we have X and Y chromosomes. So when we are talking about gender, let us be careful. Yes, let us be very careful. In my own home, I give my woman 75%, and I take 25%. Whatever, just for peace. Just for peace. I give 75% and I take 25%. So when we are talking about gender, let us be careful. Because everything we are talking here is about science for everybody. And I had inclusivity about how we think about humanity. Rather, we talk about man and woman. And anytime you talk about man and woman, who is going to be separated? Thank you. I reserve my statement.
Well, that was a bit emotional. There are many ways. There are many ways to kill a rat. So that's
Thank you very much, Dr. Saki. You've been my mentor even without seeing. It's a step like I'm following Christ. It's I am fortunate to be chosen from my university to be part of this workshop. And plus, I like the statement you made when you said women should take the lead. Yes, indeed, we should take the lead. I've been around my bosses, been around some prominent people, talking to them to be taking me along in workshops, any other higher platform, so that I'll be learning. I know it is not easy. I know, and I might not be perfect, but with regular attendance of workshops or other things, I know I will improve bit by bit. So, women, we should stop the defeative attitude. At times, we defeat ourselves, even without taking the lead, even without testing. We say, oh, I cannot do it. But if really we attempt, I know we can. Then, looking at the inclusion in the universities, if we don't come closer to our bosses, they might forget us. And that is why. How close? Yes, I only find that in a form of advocacy, we advocate to ourselves. We have to advocate to ourselves. We go close, talk to them, please don't forget me, as I'm doing. That's the close I'm talking. Yeah, that is I'm giving the definition now. Going close is in a form of advocacy. You go to them, you talk to them. If you don't do that, they'll forget about you. They will not even consider us. There have been so many workshops, so many other things, but I was not fortunate, except when I had to go around them, talk to them. And even when Doctor was in Makeni with that similar workshop, look at him, I met with him, I talked to him. I told him, please don't forget me. If there are any other workshops similar to this, please don't forget me. Not I alone. Yes, not I alone. I talked to him personally because I really want to be part of this platform. But when I go to my HOD, I usually tell him, don't forget us, don't forget the women in your faculty. Don't forget the women. I even talk to our HODs for them not to forget us. So,
Okay, thank you. Whenever Dr. Taki takes the platform, we always have very lively and interactive discussion. It shows the sensitivity and passion of this matter of gender equality and equity and inclusion. Now, I think one thing we should not lose sight of is that even though we may have a policy of equal opportunities, it's a matter of who has been longer in the driving seat compared to the other. And if we accept that we need to be partners, then I think those men, those of us who are in the driving seat, must from time to time revisit the structure that they're leading and see how best the partnership elements can be made more visible. For example, in the last call for papers by the Association of African Universities, working in close collaboration with the African Center for Technology, very few proposals were forwarded by women. And in another workshop in Zambia, the Global Research Fund had a presentation just to address this issue of the death, of publications and proposals from women. And one of the things he suggested was that when such calls are made, again, it's a form of one might say pseudo-affirmative action. We look at the various proposals, and if there are proposals from women that may just fall short of what is expected, these can be looked at, and an element of mentorship can come in, whereby a senior academic can then be brought in to be part of the team to provide some element of stewardship. So I think it's the mechanisms and structures we create to help women folk that perhaps is missing. Because we assume that we have equal opportunities, but then, like has been said, a lot of research has been done on the matter of the barriers that women face in terms of upward mobility, especially in academia and in the boardroom. But gradually we're seeing deliberate policies being put in place by governments worldwide, not only Sierra Leone. We see the political landscape and what that has done for women. So there has to be a deliberate effort by us men, because we have been in the driving seat for ages. So let us now open the landscape and see how best we can provide opportunities for women to move up the ladder and become true partners. Thank you.
The mentorship is a problem for us because some of us are very interested in all of this, and we have been inspired by our bosses in our various faculties, but at times we are afraid to meet them because they are not women, some of us. But you are already in this field. How can you as a woman mentor some of us who are interested? So one of the solutions is for you to create the platform for us. Get a small group to see what will happen, because we are from different regions. I'm from Puerto. If you mentor me from Puerto, there are other people who are admiring us like this. Don't just put the line. So mentorship is the problem, because during the presentation of Professor Kainde, it was their capacity building, mentorship and networking. I was just saying, what is the willingness? And since you are women, you are there, I think it will be better for us and it will be easier for some of us who are interested to just go through you, and then you'll see what will happen.
Okay, we'll take the last one. No. You take the last one. You can talk.
Thank you very much. As Professor Rebusoya said, it's always very animated when we're talking about these issues, inclusivity. Professor Basil, please pay attention, sir. You said something. No, I want to respond to what he said about gender, because what I presented. No, excuse me, sir. Hey, Prof, allow me no. No, I mean, he was specific about gender. I said about women's issues, because when it has to do with gender, it has to do with men and women. We cannot say men and women, we can't separate them. So sometimes the actions and inactions don't speak to this. So I didn't come to make a presentation today, because but it also tells you, because of the way this short conversation has gone, it tells you that it's need to have this kind of a conversation when we're having workshops like this, ask academics to really spar, and have an academic conversation around it. So I am now, like I say, in the deep end, trying to take all the bullets, but I'll take them. So having a conversation like this is important. If I had come to do a presentation, or if anybody else had been called in to do a presentation, we would have given you the statistics, because research has been done. Some of these things, yes, you say they're anecdotal and you see by experience, but research has been done. And I know from INGADOC, there's research at least from 50-50, there's lots of it. So we could come with the data. I mean, I can easily come with data from looking across your higher institutions. How many women are deans? How many women are professors? And maybe even talk about, as Prof says, talk about the challenges, talk about the barriers, and how we find solutions to these things. And this is why we're having this conversation. So the defeatist attitude you talk about is one of the barriers for women. Because yes, not all of us would be brave enough to come and face a room full of highly educated men who would be throwing spears at you. You have to be really brave. We need to put ourselves, as academics, let's put ourselves in the way we learn. We really need to unlearn some of the things we've known for years. We learn and then see how we focus. Like I say, you say we're doing this advocacy for ourselves, it's not really for ourselves. It's really for the people behind us, really for our children and our grandchildren. Why would I send my child to school if I know that at the end, yes, okay, there's affirmative, there's equal opportunity, should be accepted at university. But if the environment within the university is not conducive for her, she might not go as far as probably her brothers would have gone. Because of and these are, oh yeah, I do. Like I say, when I call me, let me do a presentation, let me give you the facts and figures. So these are not things you should be sweeping under the carpets, because they exist and they're there. So equal opportunities are there, yes. Affirmative action can be necessary where it has to be, and that is hinged on having motivation and mentoring. So like the lady there says, I can mentor you. We started a few years back, I started a Women in Academia at University of Stellenbosch. We do have some ladies from Jala who are also there. But it's not been as active. So we have to have a conversation going so that we work within ourselves and get men mentor us without being intimidated by us, or without wanting to think that we have to make deliberate efforts. Yeah. There's incentives there for STEM. Like you say, Professor Kainde, you said with the numbers. I can tell you that from was it 2012, 2013, when we started the free education, and we're having a lot of girls being enrolled at school. You're having a lot of girls being enrolled. Hold on, sir. We're having a lot of girls being enrolled. But when you look at the trajectory, by the time they get into tertiary institutions, that number dwindles. Now, hold on, sir. But with the advent of this free equality and having affirmative action, which is the scholarship to STEM programs, you find out that the gap that was there that you did not have people going to, you have a lot of girls who are now engineering and STEM, engineering, maths, and sciences, who are part of it. Now, that number has gone up. Now, beyond that, how do we mentor them to go on to postgrad studies? How do we mentor them to go on to, I don't think lunch is ready. How do we mentor them to go up to a level where they are able to do? So these are the questions that we need to ask ourselves. It's just a matter of introspection. Asking ourselves and see how we can learn to learn. The last thing I'm going to say is that equity and there's equality. So when you're looking at gender roles, even within a higher education institutions, we need to understand what equity is and how you bring affirmative action to sort of equal. Even if there are lots of people who even seated here who might not think that we should have inequality within some of these places. But there has to be
And this is why we have the policies. And when we do develop these policies, we have to make sure the policies are implemented. So it's not just by word of mouth to say, oh, we have a policy that says so. But we have to be deliberate in making sure that we do these things. And for sure, we definitely need mentorship. We definitely need capacity building. We definitely need trainings. You might think that I'm up there. I am not. Within my institution, I am not, because I've not been publishing. But I have some of a few that would push me to the point where I know I need to leave life behind and move on to what if I need the progression that I need to make. So like I say, it's about introspection for both women and men, but also the men who are holding the light to want to share this light to women around them to see the lights to move. Thank you.
Thank you. The closing session, the only thing I want to say is mentorship cannot. One side, it's cultural. What should have is cultural, and we should.
There's nothing else on that.
Yeah, thank you very much. This session is closed. You can talk around the fringes.
Yeah. The lunch is available now.
So, yes, we've had a very sumptuous lunch, and I want to please ask all participants to take your seats now for the last lap of the workshop. And so this session I now want to call Professor Gogra. This time you are not substituting anybody on these global trends, which Professor Kainde gave. So, and then I know most of his presentation, he actually took it from the global down to the African setting. So we want to also hear from our open science experts and the person of Dr. Tom Oriek, who is also going to present on this topic, global trend platforms. As academics, we are not tired of learning. And every time, and for us who are in the religious aspect, we say every day you read the Bible or the Quran, you learn a new thing. So you are never done learning. Please, I hand you over.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to share this very important session. This session has two parts to it. One is we are going to break into 3 groups or 3 teams, our deliberations. So I want to give chance to Dr. Tom to, is it a presentation you're going to do? Okay, after his presentation, we'll break into the 3 teams. I prefer team to go.
Okay, thank you very much. I will talk about the publishing landscape, perhaps by in a way that you are not used to talk about it. Next slide. The problem of scholarly publishing is that the publishing industry in the North has dominated the scientific publishing for a long time. And if you see the output of publications, where it resides, then the global South countries are well underrepresented. And it's for journal articles, for books, it's for blogs, it's for reports, it's for everything concerning science. Next slide. The data sources that you can use to find journals and information, the directory of open access journals is an index of open access journals. Now it lists 20,000 journals in all disciplines, and it gives a quality guarantee for the journals. The directory of open access books is the same thing, but then for books. Delta Think is a private company that does a lot of statistics on how many open access journals there are, how many publishers, what the revenues are, etc. The Web of Science, you know,
but they list everything, not only open access, and Scopus as well. And OpenAlex is a database that tends to have all the publications and all the forms of publications in the world that you can find in their website. It proves to be not entirely true, but they have a lot, they have millions. Beyond the Web of Science and Scopus, there is an open bibliography World of Research. That is an article published not very long ago. And these people did the research and found that most of the articles that they used, that they looked at, and they looked at the Open Journal System database, that they were for Global South countries. And what was especially there is that under 5% of those journals were indexed in Scopus or Web of Science. So while there are very many journals in the Global South, you don't find them in Scopus or Web of Science. The directory of open access journals, where I worked for 10 years as an editor-in-chief, we have now 20,000 journals listed, but this is an analysis that shows you an overlap between the journals, only the open access journals, in Scopus, Web of Science, and the directory of open access journals. And you can see that 10,000 journals are not in the Scopus or Web of Science. So you can only find them, they are only visible, because they are in the directory of open access journals. Next slide. What does the global publishing market look like? Well, Delta Think did a very extensive study on publishers and how many journals they have. And you can see that half of the total scholarly output is published by 10 publishers in the world, residing in the north. Now the last slide still. There is 80% published of all the output by only 5 publishers, and you can think the names there. So next. The root of the problem is that we are living in a world with a knowledge economy, and everything is dominated by economy and having lots of profits. And there is also another kind of world that we can think of, which is knowledge democracy. Next. Because the knowledge economy is just about protection of your properties, also scientifically. Competition, selection, exclusiveness, and for businesses, really the business interests prevail and not the human interests. Next. Economy, then the competition and the selection are just promoted by the system that is used, the ranking and citation metrics. We talked about the impact factor, and if you tend to publish in a highly ranked journal, then you just play into the field of this knowledge economy. English is also the dominant language, with non-native English-speaking scientists always at a disadvantage. We discussed it yesterday. We also discussed it today, but that is a very important point. Leslie Chan from Canada, a very famous researcher, he did a study where he said that the university rankings and the governance of all the science by the metrics, the citation metrics, etc., is a big problem and is not serving any purpose. In fact, the university shifts away from the value of research and is just more compelled to game the system and to do lots with the citation statistics and the rankings. The Utrecht University in my country, they decided to abandon the university ranking system. They said they don't want to be listed any longer because they don't want to be in that system. They say that This thing doesn't adhere to the principle of open science. It's not in line with the values and ambitions of the university. And there is a link to a webinar that explores the problematic features of global university rankings, because it just serves to attract students to highly ranked journals, highly ranked universities, and it doesn't say that the university is excellent or something. Next. So the knowledge economy is about quality control by a few big commercial companies. Ranking serves as a marketing mechanism for those journals. There is a so-called need to publish in the high-ranked journals, and the need is just in your head. It's like paper. If you believe that $10 is worth something, then you will use it to pay. But if you would start losing your faith in the value of that piece of paper, then there is no value. I mean, it's in your head, the need to publish in high-ranked journals. The idea of excellence is also something that is not working, and certainly not working in Africa. You shouldn't go for excellence, you should go for good quality. The marginalization of non-Western knowledge is an effect of the knowledge economy and exclusiveness and competition. So the next point that we also addressed yesterday is that research will be done mainly on topics that are relevant for the Western countries. And they are intended to be directed to making profits, controlling nature to the extent that you can profit from it, controlling people to the same extent, fighting against the environment instead of living with the environment, fighting diseases. Diseases are not always very bad, but you can also have other ways of dealing with diseases, conquering new territories, including possessions, etc. That is all things that you may recognize as being part of the research that you do if you are in the system. Next. So why are all complying with the system? Next. And I mean the scientists, university councils, funders, governments, publishers, because there is a lot of monetary interest in it, economic interest, and that prevails. In the knowledge democracy, human interest prevails, because it's about sharing, collaboration, diversity, and inclusiveness. Next. So the research topics that you will find if you adopt another system is that you work with nature, you help people with your research, you have a prevention-based medicine and not a medicine based on repairing stuff with fancy technical solutions, but you know about that. You have respecting of new territories and new fields, and also of knowledge that is not Western. And you are just sharing things. Next. A friend of mine from Canada, she unfortunately died a few years ago. She said there is another science that is possible. Open access, open science, community-controlled infrastructures instead of commercially controlled infrastructures, publishing in local languages, and an assessment of research using citations, but also other criteria, the quality of teaching, the impact in the society, the use for the society, etc. And this other science, of course, if you have open access journals, you need to have a quality measure. And I can guarantee that the Director of Open Access Journals is an entity that gives you a quality assurance for open access journals. This is an example from Africa, a platform where books and journals are published in local languages. And Le Grenier de Savoir, and it's one of the things that Piron, the woman whom I talked about in the last slide, has set up, and it's growing. So there is local language journals being published in Africa I want to really give you the message that it's more important what you publish than where you publish. Don't fix on highly ranked journal or whatever. You need to fix on publishing your results, making them available to everyone, and especially making them available to people who need it. And another message I want to give in this talk is that you have, I would say no to rankings and metrics. Scholarly communication should be about knowledge democracy. This is a book that has been published not very long ago. How the knowledge-based economy dominates the world of science. It can be knowledge democracy. You can read it, there is a reference here. So.
Thank you so much, Prof, for your presentation. Do you have another to present? Oh, that's the only one.
Well, this is okay. I had another slide, but it was incorporated and copied, but it didn't pass.
Wonderful presentation. We learned a lot from what you presented in a very short time. You spoke of Web of Science and Scriptures. You also compared open access journal indexed in BioAge, Scopus, and Web of Science. Spoke about the global publishing markets, and he even told us, he pointed, and he also spoke a lot on knowledge economy versus knowledge democracy. It is like there is an equilibrium between those two. I really emphasize on them. So it's not worthy. Both of them, you need to take note of them. They are really very important. He also told us about university ranking, and governance. You presented such situation in your university where you work. Research also spoke on research topics mainly relevant to the West. You also presented ideas from another science by Flores Puel. You gave examples, platforms in Africa where books are published in local languages. And you ended up your presentation with a statement saying no to rankings and matrices, scholarly communication and knowledge democracy should
because it has an impact factor for 2 articles that is over 10,000, spread out over 50 articles, it's high. And then you think, if I publish there, then I will have a good article. That is not the way it works. That is very wishful thinking. You better, like you say, you better publish somewhere that people can use your work, that you can make a difference for the people that you work for as a scientist. And don't be blind research and whatever. Of course, you need to have a system in place to value your research as a research. But you can use other criteria. You can see how useful is it for your society? What is the impact in the society? Use those criteria and not citation metrics or something like that.
2 more. The rest will save time. We'll have to break into the other groups. Teams. If there is none, then we let us give a thunderous round of applause to Dr. Tom.
But shall find it and edit to be shared online.
I'm sure we learned quite. And there was one group where people forgot their numbers, so that group became over-bloated. People just it's number 2. People just forgot their numbers. So let's have the groups again, the same groups yesterday. We want us to do that again. We had the groups yesterday, so if we can have the same groups. And I know there was one group that had a reference. So I will ask that they use this period to clear the reference. What do they use this period to clear the reference? Yes, the largest group. So let's have the groups again where they were yesterday, please. Let's do that quickly. That group that have the reference. After they finish their reference, they now we distribute themselves. Same time. Some people want to go to Bamoka, Makini, want to go to Makini, Soka. Let's do that quickly. New members, you can join one group. Look at the topic that they are going to discuss and see how you fit in, and then you join the group. So group 1, group 2, group 3. Let's have 3 groups. Which group had the reference? Group 3? So let's have 2, 3, 4. Group 1, please. Group 1, go to your corner and clear your reference. We have a city exam at the corner there.
The thing is strong, but the first one is beautiful. The larger the building, the bigger the job. Everybody wants to give an input. Communication. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, go. So, group 1, infrastructure. This is meeting group 3. Policy group 4. Group 4 policy. Now you know this reference business. Right on the substance. That's what I said.
Yes,
I thought it was such a good too.
Yeah.
Group 4 is the policy.
Okay. And
Group 2, group 3.
yes.
One, yeah. So group 4, 2, 3.
Okay, 60. 2 and 3.
Yeah. So capacity building is group 3. Yes, capacity building group 3. And group 4 we look at policy. Yes, yesterday it was on all those things we looked at yesterday for open science. Today we are looking at policy, infrastructure, scholarly communication. So that's what we are leaving today. For this, I mean, to some. According to the all media have seen me. No, not I don't want information. I'm going to say.
I mean, we type as well. So only through validation. You know, I'm anchoring what? Where is the mediator supposed to be? To take the role they're supposed to do. And developing when they want to present. Maybe you are want to tell me when they are to end. So we want to talk about you will be moderating me. Look at this. On this to look at so does that mean this is where they finish this by 14 by 2 and then they now make their effects? Yes, it's going to be 1 is in fact to 3 now. Okay, and then so they put their report here. Is that the end of, and then we have, I think we have to reduce the time because 45 minutes. Okay, so that will be 1 hour we cover the hour. Again, so we look at the action point of the conscious information, okay. Some conscious implementation action. And this exercise will be first. Okay. Roadmap for national. That means in Viva, I said, no, we have to do this together. We have to do it together. You moderate our moderate together. Because you are just telling me now. I didn't even see.
Okay, sorry, we have just 45 minutes for this session because time is fast spent. We are running 1 hour behind schedule so that I want to leave as early as possible. So time now is 14:04, that's 2:04. So we have 45 minutes to do this. Then we have another 15 minutes for presentations. Okay. So we are hoping that by 3 o'clock we will have finished with these next 2 sessions. Then we should have our tea break. Okay. So when you have spent 30 minutes, I will let you know so that you know that you should be rounding up. Thank you. And group 1, please don't do 7. And group 4, focus.
We have 5 minutes more. Hello, hello, hello. Hello. Let's stop at 2:45. But I see one group already finished. This is group 4, right? Group 3. So can we have them present? Group 3, please. Present and come forward.
The phone has finished. Ah, 34. The phone has finished. You brought me here. This book I asked you for 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes. I told them that the time of the hour finished. It's a hard trial. And maybe they can come and present. Yeah, I'm telling you, I'm going to come and present. Which book is this? No books? No book before. No, this. They are part of the book. On behalf of the book. Mr. Man, you are presenting. Are you the one presenting? Yes, please. Yeah, good. Before the first, the 40 minutes computer. You know what before the show today, so they are going before the show. When we talk about that banking or something, are we talking about the set project you are going to accomplish? Now, type of definition, this is the time as a union to come, and that's the tools and the kind of I came up with yesterday. Then the group we want to form about the implementation committee. So the set of task force. Checking just making sure that she's where she was dealing with. Yeah. Where do you think you go back? And I mean, this one? Use. Let's see.
This other. This one. Hello, good afternoon. This is Group C, and we are ready to present. And we're supposed to develop a roadmap for scholarly communication in Sierra Leone. So the objective is to so the objective is to develop a roadmap for capacity building in scholarly communication. We have several strategies that we've lined up, and the first is to analyze the current state of scholarly communication, including existing platforms, publication models, and technologies. And for that, we have the responsible institutions or people. So these are the governments, universities, research institutions. We have a timeline for that. And the timeline is within a 3 years period. And the second strategy is to establish and support accessible, open, science communication and dissemination platforms. That's print, electronic media, and face-to-face at local, national, and international levels. So that's the second strategy. And those responsible for that are the governments, universities, research institutions, the Directorate of Science, Technology, and Information. And the timeline is the same, 3 years period. We have a third strategy, and that's to develop training programs and organize workshops for researchers, librarians, and other stakeholders on open science principles and effective communication practices. Those responsible are the governments, universities, research institutions, the Directorate of Science, Technology, and Innovation, TEC, Sierra Leone Research and Education Network, again within a 3-year period. We have the final strategy is to establish platforms for mentorship and peer review. And the responsible bodies identified are the governments, universities, and research institutes, again within a 3-year period. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Once again, their focus is on capacity building, and they presented us with these strategies. Okay, 4 strategies here. Okay, and talked about responsibility. I think we need to talk a little bit about that as well as giving the timeline. So do we have questions, comments, contributions? Okay, yes, sir. Okay, so please take note of that. Any other comments? Okay.
Innovation. Yeah.
Okay.
Innovation. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you. But I have a question here, because this was something we talked about yesterday, but we never really, this issue of responsibility. Is it institutions or what they are supposed to be responsible for? Because one little issue I have with these 4 columns is the fact that we have strategies here, but how to achieve those strategies are absent. And I think this should be part of part of the discussion. Because if you have strategies, how do you achieve those strategies? Okay, yeah. Yeah. Okay. We were directed to present in those formats because we had a form, it's a pro forma. So that limited us. In fact, we did ask within our group that we needed to add a column. But recommendation. Yeah.
These are our recommendations, the strategy to achieve this.
Yeah.
Then they can now update that.
Yeah. Perhaps that is something. I mean, we can readily do that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Extra portion for the presenters.
Sorry, man.
No, that's it.
Thank you very much. I'm John Paul of Jala University. I'm presenting on behalf of WUFA. And we are asked to present on the policy, governance, and funding. Our fourth objective is implementation of open science policy by to make a legal framework for the higher education institutions, research institutions, and the Ministry of Technical and Higher Education. Responsibilities there are higher education institutions, research institutions, CEC, MCG, cabinets, and parliaments. And the time frame there is half a year, 6 months. The tools, building a trust in science among the people in Sierra Leone. Researchers organize meetings for the community, and also exhibitions of research findings by examples. For example, we organize go to the community, you have a very high rice seed, valuable one that you can plant in 3 months. You can have a high quality production. You can go and show it to the farmers. You can go take it to the community, organize a community organization meeting where people will come and see this one, because seeing them will motivate them to move forward. Responsibility, the extension at Jala University, we have the extension departments, so extension communication units in the university and research institutions. This continues. There's no time frame for that. It's continuous. It has to continue. You have to talk to the people. You have to be with them. So we cannot say 1 year, 2 years. Continuous process. We can start now if there's funding for that. The third objective is implementing another assessment system for research and researchers. Strategy, they are looking at the relevance of the research. If we are part of the scoring committee in the university or research institutions, when people are assessing, for the final names on that paper, they are 3 points, 4 points, 5 points, 1 point, depending on the number of authors present. But the relevance of the paper to the community, if the relevance of the paper is more, that publication is more relevant to the community, what will happen is that the authors here will be given higher marks. If you go to Russia, you go to China, you go to Australia, you do publications there based on what is happening in Russia, based on what is happening in China, in Australia, in America, UK, not really related to Sierra Leone. Yes, so you'll be scored because it's a quality paper also, but actually if you carry out the research in Sierra Leone, we expect that local content policy, you'll be having more marks. And the last objective we have, the penultimate objective, is teaching of open science principles in the universities, developing open science curriculum for universities. The deans of these know that very well. And the curriculum units of the university will be responsible for the development of the curriculum. Approximately 1 year. I'm sure 1 year is enough. And the last objective, governments and donor partners to provide funds. Government and donor partners to provide funds. We have the industries, the strategy with the industries. If you go to some countries, in Accra, Ghana, or to Kumasi, University of Science and Technology in Kumasi, and there is this guy responsible for the research department there. They call him Energy. Energy told me that most of the projects they have in there, the industries provided them. In fact, they have a fabrication lab where, according to him, says the industries around Accra provided us facilities for them. And so you can have the industry to come to chip some money to the university from the government consolidated forms also. The responsibilities there, as usual, is our parent body ministry, education, higher education institutions, the industries, 1 year, full time frame. And the last one is the higher education institutions and the research institutions to provide funds. Basically, my DVCs and VCs that I run, I only have my VC and DVC. They will tell me that it's only the school, the fees from the students and the subvention for governments. That is the major funds they have in the university, which is not really enough. And so they generate the fees and government subvention. And so the responsibility there is our parent body as usual, the Ministry of Technical and Education, the higher education institutions, and then the industries. 1 year or so. Thank you very much. Eshi, Kabo, Chichi, Dako.
You are practicing your language.
That's what you ready.
I'll give you 40%.
40%.
Yes.
No publicity.
Thank you. Can we scroll this up? Thank you very much. So we have this presentation by group 4, and they've done a beautiful job giving us those objectives and the strategies to actualize those objectives, as well as the responsible institutions, and giving us their time frame. So, can we have comments? Comments? No comments? Okay, please, can we look implementing another assessment system for research and researchers? Okay, this one is researchers and this. Okay, RRS. Okay, so we should change that one. All right. Now, how would researchers do that? I don't think researchers should be involved in that. Yeah. Yes. Yes.
You really have a paper from Syria.
Yeah.
And ready to go to community and get published.
Yes.
The review, the assessment, it should be more.
But that wouldn't be the researcher doing it will be the institution that will come up with the policy, which the committee or whatever will now. So it shouldn't be the research. That's what I'm saying. Implementing it. They will benefit, but they won't be the one to implement it here. No, they will benefit, sure, but we are talking about who will be responsible for if the institution does not have the policy that this is how it should be done. Okay, yeah. All right. Then move up, please. There's another one. Okay. Yeah. Okay, is that right? Where is this one? Government and donors partners to provide fund. I just want to comment on this one because we have that thing you mentioned in that you saw in Ghana. Yeah. In Nigeria, we have a fund that is called TED Fund. That's a tertiary education fund. Okay, that fund is made up of 5% of earnings by industries. So if you're a company, your profit is so. 5% of that profit is put into TED Fund. Okay, and it's a huge amount of money because for many state government universities now, when you go to those institutions, when you see big buildings and all those ones, you will see TED Fund. NIMS assessment, TED Fund. So TED Fund is divided into two. There's infrastructural aspects, and then there's capacity building, and then there's research. So for the research, every year they actually put up call for proposals. So you make a proposal and they can run up to about 40 million naira. You understand? So you write your proposal, okay, follow, each university does it. And then
base it on it using their criteria. There is big criteria. It must be relevant. It must include less endowed, whatever. You must have a researcher that you are bringing up, okay? And then you must also include gender something. And then the practicality, you have all those things. Okay, so I think I've suggested this once. This is now something that can be introduced. Okay, when I was the provost of my College of Medicine, we also introduced something for our own college, which was 10% of the earning of the college. Okay, we donate it to a research fund, which is being run in the college. It's not as huge as that, sometimes 500,000, but it goes. And then we also encourage staff members to donate into it. We go hunting for donors. Yeah, it's all, nobody ever earns enough salary. But where I'm going to is that those are the little ways that we can do that. And then thank you, good job. Because you are a group that yesterday you say you are the best, even though you are not the best. So I'm giving you 35%. I'm giving them 70%. Right. Because you are too tall. Yes. Your height is not standard in Sierra Leone. No, you are an outlier. Okay, I'm the standard. Hello, you group 2 is in love with group 1. No, group 1 is not me today. We are being received. Group 1. How is the receipt coming? You know, if you pay your receipts, that is. If they pay receipts, we collect the two. The fact that we get 18 objects, it reminds me when two people went, maybe which one is talking? The fact that we got 18 objectives, whilst all three of you are together is 16. It reminds me when the man and the woman went to the gates of heaven. Yes. And then Angel Gabriel asked the man, to go to spell the John. Okay. And he said to the rental, and he said to the woman, spell Zerubbabel Gafi. Okay. And so it was that fair. Okay. Well, let me tell you another story. Three students were caught by a teacher. Yes. So he said, number one, tell me, how many, in 2012, a ship which was supposed to be very strong, was sunk on its way to New York. How many people died in that? What's the name of the ship? Titanic. Okay, the second one. How many people died? 1,812. The third one. Start naming them one by one. Okay, you started with sorry, sir, are you a pastor? You're not a pastor. Is anybody here in this room that's a pastor? I have one question. No. Yes, that's what I want to ask a question. Yeah. Now tell me exactly. You remember Moses? Tell me exactly the time, the hour that Moses struck the stick, that the Red Sea opened. The time, the day, the hour. Thank you very much. Yes, the time. Which time?
Okay, your position.
You know the same of it. Okay, me too. Who is presenting? Oh, come and present. Why are you removing your something? Put it on. I will say you don't put it on.
Good afternoon, all. Please, let's have one meeting. Good afternoon, all. I want to say a special thank you to some of my lecturers, mentor, and senior colleagues here. I remember 10, 14 years ago when I used to take their classes in first year, second year, third year, and today I'm sitting with them. We are all being referred to as doctor, but I'm a very junior doctor, and they are very senior colleagues. No, I can't. I want to especially thank Professor Lahai. If you see one of the youngest new generation plant breeders standing here today, it was his effort. He nurtured me. And I want to say I'm new generation plant breeder for Africa. In Africa, let's go back to business. Thank you for all you've done. I'm not giving you money yet, so I'm still looking for money. Oh, yes. Dr. Kaita, I'm coming. Chemistry is too hard, eh? So, we are from Group 2. We were given the mandate to see how best we could develop a roadmap infrastructure for scholarly communications in Sierra Leone. And that was our objective. We want to enhance and modernize scholarly communication infrastructure by promoting excellence and also strategic collaboration among ourselves, among academia. So we were able to map out some few objectives. One, we said we need to start with needs assessment. We need to identify stakeholders and then understand what are the current challenges. And we can only successfully map out a roadmap or get a successful open point science policy when we understand the challenges that is existing and to turn them into solutions. So we say the institutions that are going to be responsible for this work to be done, I think it's all of us in this room. You could be from the Ministry of Technical and Higher Education, the universities, research institution, NESIC, and the SCI. Reason being that all of these institutions listed here are researchers working in different areas. And then the time frame to do a baseline, I think 3 to 6 months is fine. I don't want a situation where we will get a consultant or an expert. I think this institution here will be able to address these strategies. And then we move, after we've concluded in mapping out what are the challenges affecting this roadmap or this open science policy that has not been active or efficiently flowing, we now move on to setting our strategic goals. We need to set goals because we are going to put targets for which we are going to evaluate our performance maybe every 3 years when we come to review the policy. So we need to set goals by setting up our performance indicators, our KPIs, and then our clearly defined objectives. And I believe that no one institution is mandated to set goals for an important thing like this. So all of the institutions listed there should perform this task. And then, yes, move on. Yes, and then also while we're setting up the goal, we need to assess existing technologies. For us in Flowers, we develop food crops and animal technologies. We release them and then we use it to enhance the life of our end users. So we need to look at all of the technologies in the universities, in the research that is existing, that has been published, the metadata. We need to review those ones and then also identify gaps. It could have been published, it could have been released, but maybe there are gaps or something that didn't go well. We need to identify them to to see how best we could address them. And then all of us in this institutions should undertake this as well. That is the technology assessment. And then when it gets to the open policy, open access policies, yes. Under policy development, for the open access policy, now that we are developing, we are going to have this policy. It's just to always review, upgrade, and advance. I think that is what we are going to be doing every 3 years or every 5 years. So for that one, we will actually promote this one we developed now after this validation, and it's officially done. We are going to promote it through advocacy and other means for people to know on how it will be utilized. And after which, we're going to do data management system, because in this policy, when we are going to put our KPIs, there are data we are going to collect to see how best, if the policy is it's really fruitful, if it meets its target, if it was really necessary. We are going to collect all those data. So when we come back to review, we need to look at what the data will be telling us, whether it was a successful policy or there is need for review or improvement. And then also collaboration and partnership is very key. In Africa, we don't form very strong collaborations. And if we are to succeed like other continents, that the way other continents have succeeded, there's need for us to build strategic partnerships and form significant collaborations. And then also we need to engage all stakeholders, nationally, internationally, globally, continentally, to make this work. And then for this one, we need all the institutions listed above. I forgot to put it in the column, but all of them, they are critical also here. And then for timeline, because they are very yes, because they are very strategic, it's ongoing. Because these are processes we always go to look at while we are implementing or utilizing the policy. And then for implementation plans, we put timelines and milestones. Why? Because we are researchers, we need to set targets. We need to set targets. So that one will guide us as to when and where and what needs to be done at a certain time. And then also it will be able to identify responsible persons or components or institutions that needs to undertake a certain activity. For that one, we said 3 to 6 months, because this should go along with the policy, the implementation plan. And then under the implementation plan, because it's an actionable roadmap, we need to look at budgets. Supposing we want to do a platform meeting or a quarterly meeting, there is need for us to allocate resources onto how we move our training needs, our meetings, our planning, and all. So logistics is very key. And I believe contributions from all of those institutions and government to be able to support that. And then when it gets to M&E, that's a very important component which we are going to use to assess our KPIs and look at our targets. Because I believe when this policy would have been validated and adopted, after 3 years, people will come back to us to say, with your KPIs, let's see if you've achieved your targets. And then also we need a feedback mechanism to get back feedback from our stakeholders and suggest improvement. That's one is all the things we're going to be doing under the M&E component. For M&E, it's going to be ongoing. And then we need a sustainability plan, because science is life. And then technology development, science is going to be continuous. One day the donor is going to pull out. So we need to develop a mechanism on how we are going to keep this policy efficiently going. And then also continuous improvement. We're going to identify processes and then adaptability pathways as to which we continue to improve the policy. Perhaps every 3 years, every 5 years, every 2 years, to make sure that it works well. And we're going to always adapt it to make it fit with others open science policy from different continents. And all of the institutions listed here will participate, and it's going to be an ongoing process. And then the last but not the least is the communication strategy. We need to put up a very robust strategy, C&V, to ensure that people who are not scientists get to know the important work we are doing. Sometimes for us in Slary, we go to places, we present, people say, we didn't know that you are doing all of this. It boils down to our communication strategy. So for us, all of us in this room, in order for people to know that we've been here for the 2 days working on something to show or to get Sierra Leone to the map in science, we need to do a very good C&V plan to get it out to all different stakeholders. It doesn't have to be those we are working with outside, donors, development partners, and everybody. And I think we should come together. All of the institutions listed here should participate in this one. And then we also need training, maybe capacity building on external communication, on how we are going to sell our work outside Sierra Leone using a platform where we could be recognized or given an honorarium for it. It's very critical and it's going to be ongoing. For as long as this policy exists, communication strategy is a must for success. Yes, go back to the names. On that note, I want to thank you for giving me your attention. And these are the group members. Thank you.
Thank you very much, group 2. So they've listed quite a lot of things here. So I want comments, questions, contributions, criticisms, anything. Well, I have 2 or 3 things that I want to talk about. The first one is you have gone into an aspect that the other groups didn't go into, which I think is something nice, and that is implementation plan. But also in going through it, you've also gone into areas that is outside the scope of infrastructure. Okay, I listed policy development, collaboration and partnerships and communication strategies. I think those ones should go with either number 1 or number 3. It should not be, it's relevant, but it's not within the ambience of infrastructure development. So good luck. We just need to put that one through it to group 4. The best group yesterday, gave them so that we fill in some of their deficiencies. Good job, everybody. So I want to thank you. We finish within our allocated time. I want to thank you for your dedication. We thank you. No, that is next day. We have to come and beg us that please, we want to present. Are you ready to present? You see now, we want to come and tell another story. You know, the reason why they are late is because instead of bringing their job, they were telling sorry. Are you ready? You'll be ready soon. I think they now have 36 objectives. The toilet is open. Now we need to go for tea. I need to evacuate what you are cooking. So
Group two. Group two. Yes, Mr. Chair.
Bro, yes, sir. Welcome, sir. It is understandable. When professors want to present, they present at their own time. They set their time. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome Group 1, which is now the last group to present. Thank you very much, Professor. Yes, sorry for presenting this late. I don't want to make too many excuses. If you look at the documents, though, you will see that for Group 1, we had 17 objectives. You know, it's part of the policy document. And so we had to address all 17 documents, all 17 objectives yesterday, looking at the various subheadings. And the same had to be done today in terms of the M&E. So please, we crave your indulgence to understand. The objectives remain as we had presented yesterday. And the first one was to foster the transition to OS and provide appropriate guidance and training to ensure the implementation of this policy. Again, we looked at 4 core values in terms of open science, and these are captured under the outputs. And for the performance indicators, for example, for that first objective, we felt that for quality and integrity, where we looked at advocacy, we looked at collaboration, we looked at instituting plagiarism checkers and so on, because that impinges on the integrity of our products. We felt that the level of collaboration between HEIs in research and exercises could be an indicator. And in terms of the baseline, again, it's a gray area. We don't know how many of the institutions already have those structures in place, but we did a guesstimate of 10%. And we felt that within 3 years, we should have hit a target of 75%. And the sort of verification we felt would be through the reports, the annual reports, and so on, from those institutions that are participating in this group. Hopefully, it will be all HEIs. Now, the assumption and risks there, we felt if you had a lackluster collaboration, then that obviously would impact on the success of that transition. Then, if there is inadequate funding, impact on our success, and if we have poor support from the institution themselves, that again could impact on our success. Again, looking through this is just a slight diversion. Each of the groups presented the matter of assumption and risks. But again, we felt that in the main document, we should have a separate section or a tabular representation of risks, where we have the risk itself, persons responsible, we have the mitigation action that should be taken, and perhaps some timeline. Because that then would speak to the 4 or so presentations we had yesterday in a very holistic manner. And somebody can now look at that document to see what measures need to be taken in terms of mitigating those assumptions and risks that each of the groups would have presented. So let me continue with the work in hand. All of this, the rest of these 2 columns really speak to the objective itself. The details there are similar to what we presented yesterday, but now in terms of outcomes, we're putting numbers. For example, for the performance indicator, we say number of target communities and beneficiaries. For the participating institution, we say number of HEI, but they're relatively the same as the outputs we had yesterday, but now we are quantifying them in terms of the numbers. So I'll go to the next objective,
The next objective was introduce responsible research and researcher evaluation and assessment practices which incentivize quality science, recognizing the diversity of research outputs, activities, and missions. And here we said an output would be appropriate policy guidelines would be instituted to be followed by all researchers. And in terms of the KPI, we see that the percentage of HEIs that comply with those factors or those outputs. And again, we are not sure. Some research would need to be done. We're not sure how many are in compliance, so we have 0%, but we are targeting 75% in the next 3 years will be in compliance with that activity. And again, we say through reports from the institutions, we'll be able to gauge compliance. Now, in terms of the risks, of course, you could have an institution that doesn't comply with those dictates, so obviously that could be a risk we need to mitigate. Then the reward system that has been instituted might not be motivating enough for the researchers. That too can be a hurdle that can impact on the success of that objective. If you go on to the third one, support the necessary infrastructure and services such as open access repositories for publications and data, and open access publishing platforms and journals. Again, we felt it was a matter of policy and also the financial commitment to ensure that it worked. And so that one, we see that that would be put in place. It's an output for that objective. And in terms of the KPI, the performance indicator, we felt the number of HEIs, the necessary structure, would be a way to gauge success. Again, for now, we're not sure how many of such HEIs exist, and it's relatively novel. And so, to be safe, we put a number of 0%, but we're targeting 50% in the next 3 years. And once again, we say that, the way to gauge or to source compliance or success would be through the university reporting. And in terms of assumption, we say that, of course, if we don't have necessary finances to support the activity, that can be a hurdle. And to have inadequate change management in the HEIs. And change management is real science. And if you have colleagues who are very reluctant to change, that can be a big hurdle to overcome. So there has to be a proper structure to manage the change management in terms of open access and open science. So that takes care of that. Then the fifth one is favor and support inclusive publishing and distribution channels that do not exclude authors on economic grounds, taking advantage of and supporting open service journals, so open access journals that do not charge article processing charges and repositories. I think I need one. Yeah, so thank you very much. So for that objective, we say the output will be the establishment of a centralized repository system or portal or platform that promotes inter-university access to resource materials. And that is the centralized thing that was being discussed earlier on. And for the KPI or the performance indicator, we said the number of functional repositories in HEI. Here again, we do not know how many of our HEIs do have repositories. Of course, one action point for the SLN and also NSTIC would be to do an audit to find out how many institutions have a functional repository. And but we are targeting 60%, that in 3 years, hopefully, with adequate sensitization and so on, we'll have 60% of our HEIs and RIs having functional repositories. But then the hurdles or the risks that we would have to overcome: one, non-cooperation by the libraries, because when we talk about repositories, we're really targeting the libraries. They are the experts in putting these repositories together. And if you don't have cooperation from the libraries, that can be a huge hurdle to overcome. And again, lack of policy direction by the HEIs themselves, because they need to embrace the fact that they need repositories. And if that doesn't come from management, then that can be a problem. And of course, poor funding. Then number 6, to ensure where possible that scientific outputs related to publications, example, research data, software, source code, source material, etc., are available, is addressing that objective. We would have established a centralized repository system or portal or platform access. Now you see that some of these outputs are aligned to previous ones. So what we said here is same as in number 6, and all the other aspects under the columns would also be at number 6. And in number 7, it says require researchers to retain ownership of copyrights and to license to publishers only those rights necessary for publication. And here we're talking about IPR, copyright policies aligned. We're feeling that one output could be when the HEIs would have established those structures to protect our researchers. And also, if you're going to have IP and copyright policies, we need to know what we have. So we're saying that one output could be an audit of research outputs in the various HEIs and other RIs, institutionally researchers sensitized on institutional policies. Now, for the performance indicator, we see the number of submissions of IP products. In other words, how many patents are a corollary to the well-versed publish or perish. I think it's now publish, patent, and prosper. So maybe we need to start thinking and move away from the negativity of publish or perish to publish, patent, and prosper. So academics can then be very wealthy instead of them perishing. Okay, just an aside. If we look at the indicator, again, we see it's the same as 7 because we're thinking about repositories, we're thinking about, sorry, that's the second one. The number of submissions of IP. But now, again, in terms of the baseline, we really don't know how many institutions have copyrights, products with SLIPO. We do have a Sierra Leone IP organization. I think it's by government, if I'm not mistaken. It used to be at the Kwatsi building, but it's not often spoken about. And so the source to find out how many IP products we have would be SLIPO or the institutions themselves through their annual reports. In terms of the risks, again, lackluster acceptance of researchers, inadequate finances, inadequate training of researchers on IP. So number 8, it says encourage researchers and PhD students to post preprints of their work under the CC or DY license on a preprint platform and open access repository, and all of these objectives are aligned with number 7. So the outputs again are aligned with that. So here we've indicated same as 7. Then for number 9, it says, while the dominant type of scientific publication in disciplines is the journal article, strongly encourage researchers to provide open access to either types of publication, such as monographs, book, chapters, conference proceedings, green literature reports, etc. And here, the output we have is that we should have regular sensitization of academic staff on the criteria for promotion and the provision of open access conducted. That should be an output. And also we said we were to establish review circles for these criteria, which can be reviewed from time to time. Now, we do have recruitment of new lecturers. So from time to time, these lecturers ought to be trained on the criteria for promotion. In fact, it's sad to say that there are times when you go to promotions committee or scoring committee, you have some submissions which are very, very good, but a number of things are absent. Number one, the candidate would list all the publications without the evidence. You know, somebody might say he or she has 10 publications in research journals, but then only 4 of those would be submitted for assessment. And even the formats, the way you align and label, you know, those who are scoring do not have the whole day to start fishing from your bundle of submissions. So you must make life as easy for them as possible. So that those sensitization training programs ought to be cyclical. And here we're saying that, you know, we assume that about 20% of our institutions do go through that, but we're hoping that in 3 years' time, about 80% would have complied. And the way we would know whether that has happened, the source would be reports, but of course, if you have poor support from the administration, that's going to be a big risk factor. We're on number 10. For the purpose of individual or intellectual evaluation of the research output of the institution and its members only be considered as publication whose metadata are deposited in your, again, this is a matter on the repository. So this is similar to a previous objective, and we say the indicators and baseline and all those are the same. Number 11.2 is similar to a previous one. It's also talking about repositories. Number 12.2 is talking about government's intervention and other agencies. But again, moving on to access and repositories. So, you know, these are all aligned. But when we get to number 13, it says researchers are required to prepare a data management plan showing how data and other research outputs will be managed through the research process and handled according to the care and fair data principles, keeping it updated throughout the course of the research project. And here, the output we're thinking about is training programs on data management plan for researchers, and following these protocols would have been established. That will be an output. And the performance indicator will be the number of data management plans developed across our HEIs. And for now, that figure is unknown. We need to carry out some research, but we are hoping that within 3 years, about 50% would have happened. And of course, that would be done through reporting. And number 14, data needed for policy making. Again, if you run through, we're also talking about repositories and so on. So it's the same as number 6. And for number 15, request the use of persistent and identifiers such as ORCID, handle, DOIs, etc. And the output we say here is training on the use of persistent and identifiers such as ORCID and the like. Number 16 is mainstream gender equality aspects into open science policies, strategies, and policies. Here we say the output of the equity policies related to open science established, and the performance indicator will be the number of HEIs that are in compliance. For now, we have a guesstimate, and we're hoping that in 3 years we would have 75%. And finally, number 17, there we did not go too far. Enhance the inclusion of community and participatory science as integral parts of open science policies and practices, and you know, the output is given. But this is we're just about to complete that. We thought we needed to make a presentation. So colleagues, thank you for your patience, and that's our presentation.
And so we have comments.
All right.
So, we say at 6. 1, 2, 3, calculate. Again, it should be set as either 1, 2, 3, the number before 6.
Thank you, Prof. And so we have come to the end of this session. What's next? Tea break. Afternoon tea break. Tea break. Is still ready. All right, so please, let's have a tea session, then we'll come back for the final session. Yes, we can bring the tea in there. If my mate cannot. No, we'll go and bring it.
Hello? May I have your attention, please? You know, all good things must come to an end. We need to wrap up. I'm sure some people will be traveling back, so it's better we wrap up. We have one agenda item, which is going to, we're not going to spend much time on it. We are supposed to establish a task force for the implementation of it's called a publishing platform. There is no need to reinvent the wheel. The Honorable Minister, in her wisdom, has already set up a task force. And the task force role was to establish the open science policy. So now what we want to do is to still maintain the task force, but add some flesh to it. If I can be quite a bit explicit on the task force, it includes members from the ministry itself, from TEC, from SLARI, from DSCI, and from the University of Seoul, Jala, and EBT, the conference of the chairman of the conference of vice chancellors and principal. In fact, Professor Momo is the chair for that task force. So what we are going to do is the fact that we now have this collaboration with the Sierra Leonean Writers series. We are going to add them to the task force because they already have the knowledge of publication from our in our own local environment. And also, we add the teaching hospital, which is part of the University of Seoul, although it's a separate entity. The teaching hospital, because of their strategic role in research, and of course, with the immense experience of the professor, we are going to add them to the task force. What we do as usual is this task force will try and meet as we normally do, both face to face and online. Most of our activities across the country we normally do online. So we are going to meet immediately to come up with an action plan for the implementation of scholarly publishing tool. And I'm sure whatever we come up with, we are going to brief the minister on her return, with what we've done yesterday, and also the roadmap which we come up with in terms of the scholarly publishing. So on that note, rather than wasting much time, I think I will invite Mrs. Fatma Takara to give us the closing remarks, and so that people can find time to return to their various destination. Thank you so much, you all, for coming. Probably, somebody want to? So. Okay, the one by Rashid and Rashid and Sumana. Luckily, Rashid and Sumana is part of the task force, yes. So we sort of incorporate that. But the issue is from the discussion of having is we need to do an assessment in terms of what we have in our local environment and then come up with something as a roadmap. So I think he's part of it anyway. Thank you so much. Without so much, Mrs. Kara, you can give us a call by the man.
Good evening. I want to say good evening to you all. As a closing sentence, let me put it that way. I think I want to express my gratitude for all of you that responded to our invitation by your presence. If we had invited you and you never showed up, there was not going to be any validation workshop. The time you took out of your own schedules to be here, I want you to know that it's highly appreciated. And the sacrifice you made will yield for a better competition in Sierra Leone. I want to thank our international experts, especially Dr. Tom Oyok from Europe, who presented on the open science and publishing. Well, two presentations today. We actually learned quite a lot from it, especially the one on open science yesterday, where you showed us the different definitions of open science, what we can do, and what is entailed in open science. We know publishing also is a challenge, and it's part of the world. And so, giving us a roadmap into publishing, what we can do, journals that are available, and how we can access them was a very informative presentation. Lepasha Stefako Ankora, Patrick to say. I want to thank you very much for the presentation on how working can actually work to leverage our connectivity and how we can work through our own end to help early career researchers and publishers. We are very happy with that information. And I know our link through Dr. Sango will work with you to see how we can move this work forward and get the needed connection that we are actually trying to have. Because without that connectivity, you can have your manuscripts, but where will you put it? We need to have a functional platform and the ability connectivity for us to interact with other researchers abroad. So thank you very much. And of course, the e-learning platform, the e-library, and all the other materials, resource materials that will come with this connectivity, we are highly expecting to have it publishing in the country. For our professors, you know, yesterday I spoke to Dr. Sango and I said, when I looked around the room, I saw the VCs and all the deans. You see the importance they have attached to this workshop. It is not just a workshop for the sake of it. These people are highly, they are so busy. And I know that there are some rumblings in our universities. In fact, I learned somebody left to study to this university and then came back this morning. So you can just imagine that. It is because they have seen something worthwhile to spend all that time for. I want to appreciate all of you, all our professors, the DVCs, our HODs, and our deans. We are highly, highly appreciated. For our researchers in the room, at least through this workshop, they'll be able to map a way for research, and we are hopeful going forward from this room. Our research is going to have a sort of direction And one most important thing that I guess we achieved here is networking. And so we had the opportunity to talk to colleagues across the two or the few universities that we have within the country, which is very, very key for researchers. Because we know, all of us know that now one person publication is no longer respected. It is frowned at. But if we can move across our own region from USL to NU to EBK to Minimac, and you'll see the diversity in what we are doing, bringing on board knowledge from other areas, and even interdisciplinarity, humanities, science, technology, engineering, coming together to produce a particular paper. You can see the value that paper will portray. And so the networking, I think, has been very good, and I'm very much appreciative for that. And I want to thank all of you. For our support staff, from NU, I want to thank you for all your efforts and what you're doing to make sure that the pitches of such a meeting were kept at a very low end. Thank you very much. Members of the Flex Estate, especially those that actually gave us live streaming. I want to thank you and appreciate your efforts and all you did to give visibility to this process. Because nowadays, you want people to know what you are doing. And so you have given us a platform that even as we are here, people are accessing all what we have done since yesterday. Thank you very much. To the organizers, myself inclusive, I want to thank myself. Dr. Tongo, you know, I have this my boyfriend, Jala. She'll be here, and he came to my, what are you there? And I also try, but you know, in all of that, we were able to put things together using the platform. So you see how the platform is very important. But most of the communication has been over phone. I think we only actually met twice. Yesterday, making it the second time, but then everything just went on. It's either through email or through the phone. So you see, where technology is coming to play and the importance of it in putting things together. Professor Reddy Sawyer, you know, he's a senior among us and he's the quiet one among us. And he just smiles. When he listens to us arguing and shouting, we just smile. But then that smile gives us the strength and the push to go forward. Well, thank you very much for your leadership and for your direction. Dr. Sambasise Blanchard, Dr. Alex Blanchard, and all the other members of the team. Thank you very much. Thank you. And I wish you all a safe trip back to your different destinations. Thank you.